Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog arrived on a Tuesday evening in November of 1893, rolling through London's streets like an uninvited guest who knew precisely when to make an entrance. It wasn't the thin, apologetic mist that sometimes graced the city at dawn, but rather the thick, yellowish variety that Londoners had come to call a pea super, dense enough to taste, heavy with coal smoke and the damp exhalations of the Thames, pressing itself against windows and filling alleyways with a presence almost solid enough to lean against. In the rooms at 221B Baker Street, a fire crackled in the hearth with the steady confidence of flames that had been tended well. The light caught on the edges of things, the brass fittings of the coal scuttle, the curved glass of a chemistry beaker abandoned on the mantelpiece, the spine of a leather-bound volume that lay open across the arm of a chair. Dr. John Watson sat near the fire, his medical journal resting forgotten in his lap, watching as his friend and colleague paced the length of the sitting room with the restless energy of a mind that had not been given enough to occupy it. Sherlock Holmes moved like a man conducting a conversation with invisible opponents, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on some middle distance that existed only in the architecture of his thoughts. He had been in this state since luncheon, when the afternoon post had failed to bring anything more stimulating than bills and a circular advertising a new brand of tobacco that Watson suspected Holmes would try purely out of a scientific curiosity about whether it could possibly be as dreadful as the advertisement suggested. "You're muttering," Watson observed, not without affection. "I am thinking aloud," Holmes corrected, though his tone suggested he saw little difference between the two. "It is a practice that sharpens the mind, Watson, much as a whetstone sharpens a blade, though I grant you the blade at present has precious little to cut through." "November in London has always been thin on criminal enterprise," Watson said. "Even the criminal classes prefer to stay indoors when the fog comes down like this." As if summoned by his words, the sound of footsteps echoed up the stairs, not the familiar tread of Mrs. Hudson bringing tea, but something heavier, more hesitant. A knock followed, sharp and businesslike, the kind of knock that suggested the person on the other side had practiced it several times before raising their hand to the door. Holmes stopped mid-pace, his entire demeanour transforming. The restlessness fell away like a discarded coat. "Ah," he said simply, and moved toward the door with the focused attention of a cat that had just heard a mouse in the wainscoting. The man who entered was perhaps 40 years of age, dressed in the sturdy wool suit of a tradesman who had done well enough to afford good cloth, but not so well that he'd forgotten where he'd come from. His face was wind-reddened, his hands bore the calluses of a man who worked with them, and his boots, Watson noticed, were wet, not just with rain, but with the particular oily residue that came from walking through Whitechapel streets after dark. "Mr. Holmes?" The man's voice carried the flat vowels of East London, softened slightly by nervousness. I'm Thomas Grady. I keep a shop on Hanbury Street. Provisions, groceries, that sort of thing. I wouldn't have troubled you, sir, but Mrs. Hudson said you might hear me out, and I've nowhere else to turn that won't think me mad. Please, sit. Holmes gestured to the chair Watson had just vacated, ignoring his friend's slight sigh. Watson, perhaps you'd be good enough to pour Mr. Grady some brandy. The fog has a way of settling into one's bones. Now then, Mr. Grady, you've seen something that has disturbed you. Something in the fog, I think. And not for the first time. Grady's eyes widened. How did you... Your boots are wet with fog water, not rain. There's a difference in the residue, you see. You've walked some distance to get here, which suggests the matter is urgent. You mentioned fear of being thought mad, which indicates you've witnessed something outside normal experience. And you specified that it troubles you plural, not singular. By the way you hesitated before, wouldn't have troubled you. A man doesn't develop that kind of hesitation from a single incident. Holmes settled into his own chair, fingers pressed together in his characteristic pose. But I am speculating. Please, tell us what you've seen. Grady took a sip of the brandy Watson offered, his hand trembling slightly. It was 3 nights ago, for the first time. I'd stayed late at the shop, doing accounts. The fog had come down thick as curtains, the kind where you can barely see your own feet. I locked up and started home down the alley that cuts behind Hanbury Street. Saves me 10 minutes, see, and I've walked it 1,000 times. He paused, his eyes focusing on something middle distance that only he could see. The firelight cast shadows across his face, making the fear there seem deeper, older. I was halfway down when I heard footsteps behind me. Not unusual. Others used the alley too. But these footsteps, they matched mine exactly. When I stopped, they stopped. When I walked faster, they kept pace. So I turned around to see who was playing games. And? Watson leaned forward, his medical training making him note the way Grady's pulse beat visibly in his throat. There was a man there, Mr. Holmes, or the shape of a man, but I could see through him. Not like glass, not exactly. More like he was made of the fog itself, but denser somehow. A man shape in the mist, but hollow in the middle. I could see the brick wall behind him, right through where his chest should be. Holmes's expression remained neutral, but Watson saw the slight shift in his posture that meant his friend's interest had been genuinely caught. "What did you do?" "I ran," Grady said simply, without shame. "Ran like the devil himself was after me. Got home, told myself it was the fog playing tricks, the way your eyes can see shapes in smoke if you stare long enough. But then, last night, it happened again. Different alley, same fog, and this time I got a better look before I bolted." "Describe him," Holmes said. "Tall, wearing what looked like a long coat, the kind a gentleman might wear. Hat too, though I couldn't make out the style. But his face." Grady shuddered. His face was there, but not there. Features, but faint as a watermark on paper. And his eyes, they caught what little light there was, like an animal's eyes do. But the worst of it, Mr. Holmes, was that he seemed to be looking right at me. Not through me, but at me specifically, like he knew me. Did he speak? No sound at all. That was part of what made it so terrible. He moved, but made no noise. Not even footsteps, though I'd heard them earlier. When I saw him, there was only silence, and fog, and those eyes. Watson cleared his throat. "Mr. Grady, I don't mean to be indelicate, but have you been sleeping well? Sometimes lack of sleep combined with poor visibility can create— "I know what I saw, Doctor," Grady interrupted. Not rudely, but with the firmness of a man who had already asked himself the same question 100 times. "I've lived in Whitechapel for 40 years. I know fog. I know shadows. I know when my eyes play tricks. This was something else." Holmes rose and went to the window, pulling back the curtain to look out at the yellow-grey blanket that had settled over Baker Street. "You're not the first to report such a sighting, are you, Mr. Grady?" "No, sir. There's talk. Started maybe 2 weeks ago. Old Mary Kelleher, who does washing on Dorset Street, saw something in the fog. And Thomas Wright, the night watchman at the warehouse on Commercial Road. He swears he's seen a transparent figure 3 times now. Always in the fog. Always in the narrow places where the buildings lean in close." "Have any of these witnesses reported the sightings to the police?" "And say what? That we've seen a ghost? The police in Whitechapel have enough real troubles without chasing phantoms, Mr. Holmes. Besides, what would they do? Arrest the fog?" There was a grim humour in Grady's tone that Watson appreciated. It took a particular kind of courage to jest about something that had clearly frightened you badly. Holmes turned from the window, his face half in shadow, half in firelight. "Tell me, Mr. Grady, in your observations of this figure, did you notice anything about the weather beyond the fog itself? The temperature, perhaps? Any unusual smells or sounds?" Grady thought for a moment. "Now you mention it, it did seem colder when the figure appeared. Not the usual damp cold of fog, but something sharper. And there was a smell, not unpleasant exactly, but chemical-like. It reminded me a bit of the photographer's shop on Commercial Street, that sharp smell they have." "Interesting," Holmes murmured. "Very interesting indeed. And you said this only happens in the fog?" "As far as I know, yes, though I can't speak for others." "Would you be willing to introduce me to these other witnesses? I would very much like to hear their accounts first-hand." "Of course, Mr. Holmes. Anything to get to the bottom of this. It's bad for business, apart from anything else. Folk are afraid to go out after dark when the fog comes down. The streets are emptying." Holmes nodded. "Understandable. Fear has a way of spreading faster than influenza in close quarters. Very well, Mr. Grady. Leave your address with Mrs. Hudson on your way out. I shall call upon you tomorrow, and you can introduce me to your fellow witnesses. In the meantime, I would advise you to continue your normal routine. Whatever this phenomenon is, it seems content to observe rather than interact. You believe me, then?" There was desperate hope in Grady's voice. "I believe you saw something," Holmes said carefully. "Whether what you saw was a spirit from beyond the grave, or something with a more terrestrial explanation, remains to be determined. But I do not think you are mad, Mr. Grady, merely observant in unfortunate circumstances." After Grady had departed, Watson watched Holmes settle back into his chair, his fingers drumming a quiet rhythm on the armrest. "Well," Watson prompted, "what do you make of it?" "I make nothing of it yet. I require more data. Though I confess, Watson, the pattern intrigues me. Multiple witnesses, all reporting similar phenomena, all in fog, all in narrow spaces." He reached for his pipe, beginning the familiar ritual of filling and lighting it. "London has been many things over the centuries, cruel, magnificent, squalid, glorious, but she has rarely been uninteresting. And just now, in this particular November, she appears to have decided to become mysterious as well." "You don't actually believe in ghosts," Watson said. It wasn't quite a question. I believe in evidence, my dear Watson. And at present, the evidence consists of several credible witnesses reporting optical phenomena under specific atmospheric conditions. There are a number of scientific explanations that might account for such sightings. Effects of light refraction through fog and smoke, natural releases of phosphorescent gases from the Thames, even mass, hallucination brought on by carbon monoxide exposure from poorly ventilated coal fires. You sound almost disappointed that there might be a rational explanation. Holmes smiled slightly. On the contrary, a rational explanation would be far more satisfying than a supernatural one. The supernatural requires one to accept that the fundamental laws of physics can be suspended at will. How tedious for the universe to be so inconsistent. No, Watson, if there is something walking through the fog of Whitechapel, I very much hope it has a scientific explanation. Those, at least, can be understood. Outside, the fog pressed closer against the windows, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour. London settled into her evening rhythms, the rattle of hansoms on cobblestones, the cry of a late vendor selling chestnuts, the low murmur of the city's endless conversation with itself. And in the narrow alleys of Whitechapel, where the fog pooled thick and yellow, something walked that might or might not have been a man, seen by those who happened to glance behind them at precisely the wrong moment, or perhaps precisely the right one, depending on one's perspective on such matters. Holmes sat smoking, his eyes half closed, already mapping the geography of the sightings in his mind, already cataloguing questions that needed answering. Watson, who knew his friend well, recognized the signs of a mind engaging with a puzzle, and settled back with his medical journal, content to let the evening pass in companionable silence. Tomorrow they would walk through fog-thick streets and interview frightened witnesses. Tomorrow they would begin the work of separating fact from fear, optical illusion from genuine mystery. But tonight the fog kept its secrets, and Baker Street remained an island of firelight and reason in a city wrapped in yellow-grey shadows that moved, perhaps, with more purpose than shadows ought. Or morning arrived with the hesitant quality of light that had to negotiate its way through layers of smoke and mist before reaching the ground. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed, standing at the window with a cup of coffee growing cold in his hand, watching the street below with the focused attention of a man reading a particularly complex text. "The fog hasn't lifted," Watson observed, joining him at the window. Below, Baker Street moved through its morning routines, as if underwater, shapes of people and vehicles appearing and disappearing in the grey-yellow murk, their edges softened, their purposes obscured. "No, and it won't today," Holmes said. "The wind is wrong for it. We're in for what the old sailors call a London particular, the kind of fog that settles in like a tenant with a long lease." He turned from the window, and Watson saw the familiar gleam of purpose in his eyes, which suits our investigation admirably. "Before we speak with Mr. Grady's witnesses, I thought we might consult with someone who understands the science of light and vision. Professor Aldous Brennan, late of Cambridge, now residing in Bloomsbury, where he conducts private research into optical phenomena." "I'm not familiar with the name," Watson admitted, reaching for his own coffee. "Few are. Brennan prefers obscurity to fame, which is unusual in academic circles, where reputation is currency. He published several papers on light refraction through particulate matter, essentially how light behaves when passing through fog, smoke, or dust. The Royal Society found his work brilliant, but too theoretical. He found the Royal Society tedious and too political. A mutual parting of ways, though I believe he retains his fellowship. And you think he might explain our transparent gentleman? I think he might explain how such an apparition could be created artificially, Holmes corrected. There's a difference, Watson, between understanding how a trick is performed and believing in magic. They took a hansom to Bloomsbury, the cab moving at a cautious pace through streets where pedestrians materialized like spirits conjured from the fog itself. The city sounded different in such weather. Sounds became muffled, directions confused. A street vendor's cry came from everywhere and nowhere at once. The clop of horses' hooves seemed to originate from inside the cab rather than beneath it. Professor Brennan's residence occupied the ground floor of a tall Georgian house on a quiet square where plane trees stood like grey sentinels in the mist. A housekeeper with the severe expression of someone who had long ago decided that scientists required managing more than serving, led them to what had once been a drawing room, but was now something between a laboratory and a library. The room smelled of chemicals and old books, that particular combination of acrid sharpness and papery sweetness that spoke of minds engaged in pulling the world apart to see how it worked. Every available surface held equipment. Glass prisms arranged to catch what little light penetrated the fog-dimmed windows, mirrors of various sizes propped at calculated angles, stands holding lenses that ranged from thumbnail-sized to large as dinner plates. Books stood in towers that had abandoned shelving for more precarious vertical arrangements based on what Watson could only assume was some arcane system of relevance. Professor Aldous Brennan himself emerged from behind a particularly tall stack of volumes, a man of perhaps 60 years, with hair that had gone grey in streaks, as if he'd been caught in a very localized rainstorm of aging. He wore a smoking jacket that had seen better decades and spectacles that caught the light in interesting ways, suggesting the lenses weren't merely for correction, but for some more complex purpose. "Holmes," he said, his voice carrying the distracted quality of a man whose mind was usually elsewhere. "I heard you'd retired to keeping bees in Sussex. Or was that just wishful thinking on the part of London's criminal element?" "The bees remain theoretical, I'm afraid," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Professor, may I introduce my colleague, Dr. John Watson? Watson, Professor Brennan, who has forgotten more about the behaviour of light than most men ever learn. Flattery from you is suspicious, Holmes. You want something." But Brennan's tone was amused rather than accusatory. He cleared a space on a worn leather sofa by the simple expedient of moving everything on it to the floor. "Sit, both of you, and tell me what's brought you to ask about optics, because I assume that's why you're here." Holmes settled into the sofa, while Watson chose a chair that seemed structurally sounder. "I'm investigating reports of an unusual optical phenomenon. Witnesses claim to have seen a transparent figure in the fog, visible only under specific atmospheric conditions. Always at night, always in narrow spaces between buildings, always when the fog is particularly dense." Brennan's expression shifted from polite interest to genuine engagement. "Transparent, you say? As in glass-like?" "The witnesses describe it as seeing the figure and seeing through it simultaneously. One man said it was as if the person were made of denser fog, but with a hollow centre. Another described it as a watermark on paper, present, but insubstantial. The professor rose and began to pace, his hands moving in gestures that seemed to trace equations in the air. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. You know, of course, about Pepper's ghost. Watson shook his head, but Holmes leaned forward with interest. The theatrical illusion. John Henry Pepper's technique for creating ghostly apparitions on stage using angled glass and careful lighting. Precisely, Brennan said, warming to his subject. Pepper demonstrated it at the Royal Polytechnic Institution back in '62, caused quite a sensation. The principle is simple. Position a brightly lit actor or object below the stage, angle a large sheet of glass at 45 degrees above them, and the audience sees a transparent reflection that appears to float in mid-air. It's all done with mirrors and light, but the effect is remarkably convincing. He moved to one of his tables and began arranging mirrors and a small oil lamp. The key is the angle and the contrast between light and dark. The reflection appears solid enough to be real, but transparent enough to see through. In a theatre, you control all the variables: lighting, angles, audience position. But in the fog, you have a natural screen, Holmes finished. The water droplets suspended in air could act as a projection surface. Exactly. Brennan's enthusiasm was almost childlike. Fog is essentially millions of tiny mirrors, each water droplet reflecting and refracting light. With the right equipment, mirrors to direct light, lenses to focus it, perhaps certain chemicals to enhance the effect, you could theoretically project an image onto fog, just as a magic lantern projects onto a wall. Watson frowned. But wouldn't such equipment be obvious? Our witnesses saw this figure in narrow alleys, not on a stage with hidden apparatus. Ah, but that's the beauty of using fog as your medium, Brennan said. You don't need to be close to create the effect. A sufficiently powerful light source positioned on a rooftop or through a window could project downward into an alley. The fog would diffuse the light source itself while carrying the image. To a person standing in the alley, it would appear as if the figure were right there with them, when in fact the source might be 50 feet away and 30 feet up. Holmes had risen and was examining the array of prisms on Brennan's table. What about the chemical smell one witness reported? Sharp, reminiscent of a photographer's studio. Brennan's expression grew more serious. That's interesting. Several chemicals used in photographic processes can also create optical effects in fog. Magnesium, for instance, burned, it produces an intense white light and that characteristic sharp smell. Certain sulfur compounds can create luminescence, phosphorus mixed with other chemicals. But Holmes, some of these are quite dangerous. If someone is experimenting with such compounds in populated areas, they would need expertise, Holmes interrupted. Chemical knowledge, understanding of optics, access to specialized equipment. Not your average street criminal. No, Brennan agreed slowly. Not average at all. This would require someone with scientific training, someone who understood the principles of light refraction, atmospheric optics, perhaps even the newer work on electromagnetic radiation that Hertz published a few years ago. Watson watched as something passed between the two men. A recognition, perhaps, or a shared concern. "Professor," he said carefully, "you seem troubled beyond mere academic interest." Brennan returned to his chair, suddenly looking older. "Because I am, Doctor. You see, what Holmes is describing, this use of fog as a projection medium, the chemical compounds, the precision required, It's not merely theoretical. About 2 months ago, a colleague of mine, Dr. Edmund Voss, presented a paper to a small gathering at the Royal Society. Unpublished work, preliminary findings. He'd been experimenting with exactly this kind of thing, projecting images onto fog and smoke using a combination of mirrors, lenses, and what he called atmospheric enhancement through chemical means. Voss, Holmes repeated. I don't know the name. You wouldn't. He keeps to himself, works out of a private laboratory somewhere in the East End. Brilliant man, but eccentric. Perhaps more than eccentric. Some of his theories about light and matter bordered on the metaphysical. He claimed that light doesn't just reflect off surfaces, but interacts with them in ways we don't fully understand. That certain wavelengths might be able to capture impressions, like a photographic plate, but of things that aren't quite material. You're saying he believed in ghosts, Watson said flatly. I'm saying he believed the line between the physical and the metaphysical might be thinner than we think, and that optical phenomena might provide a bridge. Most of us dismissed it as brilliant mathematics in service of mystical nonsense. But if someone took his techniques and his equipment... Holmes had gone very still, the way he did when pieces of a puzzle began to fit together. You think Voss might be behind these apparitions? I think it's possible, or someone who attended his presentation. The knowledge isn't widespread, but it's not unique to him either. Holmes, if this is deliberate, if someone is creating these transparent figures in Whitechapel's fog, the question becomes why. What purpose does frightening people in alleyways serve? The traditional reason, Holmes said, to keep people away from something, or to cover something else happening while attention is focused on the supernatural. He turned to Watson. We need to visit Whitechapel tonight, speak with the other witnesses. But first, Professor, I wonder if you might be willing to demonstrate some of these principles. I find I learn best by seeing. For the next hour, Watson watched as Brennan transformed his drawing room into a theatre of light and shadow. Using the oil lamp, mirrors, and a metal bowl he filled with water to which he added drops of various chemicals, the professor created fog in miniature. Then, with careful positioning of a small carved figure and a series of angled mirrors, he made a transparent ghost dance in the mist above the bowl. The effect was remarkable. Watson could see the figure clearly, a tiny wooden man, about 4 inches tall, but also see through it to the books stacked behind. It seemed to exist and not exist simultaneously, solid enough to have shape, but insubstantial enough to deny true presence. Now imagine this scaled up, Brennan said quietly, his face illuminated by the lamp's glow. A life-sized figure, projected into the fog of a Whitechapel alley. The witness wouldn't see the source. It would be too far away, diffused by the fog itself. They'd only see the apparition hovering in the mist, watching them. The psychological effect would be profound. Indeed, Holmes murmured. He was studying the arrangement with fierce concentration, occasionally moving a mirror a fraction of an inch, watching how the image shifted. And if the projector knew the routes people commonly took, knew when the fog would be thickest, they could position their equipment to maximize the effect. There's one other thing, Brennan said hesitantly. When I mentioned Voss's theories about light and matter, he claimed in his presentation that sometimes, in his experiments, he saw things he hadn't projected. Shadows, where no shadow should be. Reflections that appeared in his mirrors, but not in the room itself. He suggested that perhaps his apparatus wasn't creating illusions, but revealing things that were already there, existing in some wavelength we normally can't perceive. And what did the Royal Society make of that? Watson asked. They made him stop talking, and suggested he needed rest. It effectively ended any chance he had at mainstream academic acceptance. But Holmes... Brennan met the detective's eyes. What if he was right? Not about metaphysics or spirits, but about light, revealing things we normally can't see. What if there are phenomena in nature that only become visible under specific conditions, certain fog densities, certain angles of light, certain chemical combinations in the air? Holmes was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he said, "That would be a scientific discovery of the first magnitude. It would also be, I suspect, quite terrifying to witness." "Yes," Brennan agreed softly. "Yes, it would." They left shortly after, stepping back into the fog that had, if anything, grown thicker during their visit. The hansom that had waited for them was barely visible until they were almost upon it, and the driver's face appeared suspended in the greyness, like a moon seen through clouds. As they settled into the cab, Watson said, "You're very quiet." "I'm thinking," Holmes replied. "Brennan has given us a mechanism how such an apparition might be created. But he's also introduced an uncomfortable possibility that the apparition might not be created at all, merely revealed. I find myself in the unusual position of hoping for deliberate fraud rather than natural phenomenon. Because fraud can be stopped? Because fraud can be understood. Watson, I've built my career on the principle that once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. But what happens when the impossible begins to look increasingly probable? Watson had no answer for that, and they rode the rest of the way to Baker Street in silence, each man watching the fog roll past the window and wondering what else might be rolling through it, seen or unseen, created or revealed, substantial or hollow. Above them, the sky pressed down like a grey ceiling, and the city continued its business in the spaces between visibility and blindness, where even the most rational minds could begin to doubt what they thought they knew about the world. The afternoon found Holmes and Watson in a hansom rattling eastward, through streets that grew progressively narrower and darker as they left the relative gentility of central London behind. Whitechapel, in November, was a study in grey buildings, leaning toward grey streets, under a grey sky that seemed to press down with the weight of all the city's accumulated sorrows. The fog here had a different character than in Bloomsbury, thicker and more acrid, flavoured with the smoke from 10,000 coal fires and the damp exhalations of the Thames mixing with the industrial breath of tanneries, slaughterhouses, and breweries. Holmes had spent the journey from Baker Street studying a map of the East End he'd marked with small crosses, indicating each reported sighting of the transparent figure. Watson, peering over his shoulder, could see no immediate pattern, but he'd learned long ago that his friend saw connections invisible to ordinary observers. "Here," Holmes said, tapping the map with his long finger. "And here, all within a half-mile radius. The centre point, if I've calculated correctly, falls somewhere near the old Montague Street area, close to the docks." "A rough neighbourhood," Watson observed, "even by Whitechapel standards." "Precisely why it's ideal for our purposes. Rough neighbourhoods ask fewer questions, Watson. People mind their own business because minding other people's business can be hazardous to one's health. an excellent location for someone conducting experiments they'd rather keep private. They met Thomas Grady outside his shop on Hanbury Street, the grocer looking somewhat more composed in daylight than he had the previous evening, though his eyes still carried the shadows of a man who'd seen something that had shaken his understanding of the world. He'd arranged for them to speak with two other witnesses, Mary Kelleher, the washerwoman, and Thomas Wright, the night watchman. Mary Kelleher proved to be a woman of perhaps 50 years, with hands reddened from years of hot water and lye soap, and the stoic bearing of someone who'd survived poverty through sheer determination not to be defeated by it. She received them in the small room behind the laundry where she worked, surrounded by steam rising from copper tubs and the clean smell of soap, fighting a losing battle against the fog seeping through the cracks in the walls. "I know what I saw," she said, before Holmes could even ask his first question. "And I know how it sounds, Mr. Holmes, but I've lived in Whitechapel all my life, buried 2 husbands and 3 children, and I've never been one for fancies or vapours." "I don't doubt you, Mrs. Kelleher," Holmes said gently. "I'm simply trying to understand exactly what you encountered. Would you tell me about it?" She wiped her hands on her apron, a gesture Watson recognized as one people made when they needed a moment to gather themselves. "It was 10 days ago, maybe 11. I'd stayed late finishing an order, a gentleman's shirt that needed to be ready by morning. The fog had come down thick, but I've walked home through worse. I took the shortcut through the alley behind Dorset Street." "What time was this?" Holmes asked. "Near midnight, I'd say. The church had rung the hour not long before. The alley's dark, even in daylight. Buildings on both sides, 3 stories tall, lean in so close at the top you could almost shake hands across the gap. But I know every cobblestone could walk it blind." She paused, her fingers working at the fabric of her apron. "I was perhaps halfway down when I felt it, a coldness that wasn't natural. Not the damp cold of fog, Mr. Holmes, but something sharper, like the cold you feel in a church in winter, that deep stoned cold. And then I smelled it." "Smelled what, precisely?" "Something chemical, sharp and bitter, made my eyes water. And then I saw him." Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. "Standing at the far end of the alley, blocking the way out. At first, I thought it was just a man, a tall fellow in a long coat and hat. But as I got closer, because I wasn't going to turn back and add another 10 minutes to my walk home for anyone, I saw that I could see the wall behind him, through him, like he was made of dirty glass." "Did he move?" Watson asked. "That's the thing, Doctor. He didn't move, but he was closer. I'd blink and he'd be 3 feet nearer, though I never saw him take a step. No sound of footsteps, no rustle of clothing, just this silent getting closer, until he was perhaps 10 feet away, and I could see—" She stopped, and Watson saw her swallow hard. "What did you see, Mrs. Kelleher?" Holmes prompted gently. "His face, or where his face should be. Features like they'd been drawn in pencil, then half erased. Eyes that caught what little light there was, glowing faint like a cat's eyes in a lamplight. And his chest. There was nothing there. Hollow. I could see the bricks of the wall right through the center of him, like looking through a keyhole." "What did you do?" "I ran. Not proud of it, but I ran. And as I ran, I heard, or thought I heard, breathing behind me. Not heavy like someone running, but slow and deliberate, like whoever it was had all the time in the world and knew I didn't." Holmes made notes in his pocketbook, his pencil moving rapidly. This chemical smell, how long did it persist? Only while I saw the figure. Once I was out of the alley and back on the street proper, the normal fog smell returned. Coal smoke and river damp, the usual London perfume. And you've not returned to that alley since? Not for all the tea in China, Mr. Holmes. Thomas Wright, the night watchman, told a similar story with the variations that individual perspective brings. He'd encountered the transparent figure 3 times over the past 2 weeks, always during his rounds of the warehouse district near Commercial Road, always in the fog, always in the narrow passages between buildings, where the darkness pooled thick as tar. First time, I thought someone was trying to frighten me off, Wright said. He was a compact man, with a former boxer's build, and the alert eyes of someone paid to notice trouble before it notices him. We get that sometimes. Criminals who want the watchman looking the other way while they move goods. But no one approached me, no one made threats, just this thing in the fog. Did it seem aware of you? Holmes asked. Wright considered this carefully. Aware? Yes, but not threatening, exactly. More like observing, like it was studying me the way I might study a new lock on a door, trying to understand how it works. The second time I saw it, I tried speaking to it. And? Nothing. No response. It just stood there, this tall, transparent figure watching me. I could see its chest moving like it was breathing, but there was no sound. And then I blinked, and it was gone. Not walking away, just gone, like a candle being snuffed. The third time. Wright's expression grew troubled. That was different. It wasn't just watching anymore. It was trying to communicate something. Its hand, or what should be its hand, kept gesturing toward the old Morrison warehouse, the abandoned one at the corner of Old Montague and Fieldgate. Pointing at it, then looking at me, then pointing again. Holmes sat forward sharply. Morrison warehouse, that's near the center of my calculated radius. Show me on the map. Wright traced a path on Holmes's map, and Watson saw his friend's eyes light with that particular gleam that meant pieces were connecting. Excellent. Mr. Wright, in your professional opinion, is that warehouse truly abandoned? Supposedly. Been empty since Morrison's shipping company went bankrupt 3 years ago. But... He hesitated. But, Holmes prompted, I've seen lights there, not often and never on a schedule I could predict. Brief flashes, like someone striking a match or uncovering a lantern for a moment. And twice I found the side door ajar in the morning, though it's locked when I check it, during my evening rounds. Have you reported this? To who? The building's owners are some company that's dissolved or disappeared. The police have actual crimes to deal with. And I wasn't certain I was seeing anything. Light plays tricks in fog, and memory can be unreliable when you've been walking dark streets for 12 hours. Holmes stood abruptly. Mr. Wright, I'm very grateful for your time. One last question. This chemical smell the others mention. Have you noticed it? Aye. Sharp and bitter, and makes your throat catch. Only when the figure appears, though. Rest of the time it's just the normal stink of the docks. They left Wright to his rounds, and Grady to his shop. Holmes, moving with the focused energy that Watson recognized as the sign of a case taking shape in his friend's formidable mind. The fog had thickened as afternoon faded toward evening, and the gas lamps were being lit early, their yellow glow creating small islands of visibility in the grey murk. We're going to the warehouse, Watson said. It wasn't a question. We are indeed, but in daylight first. I want to see what there is to see without the distraction of fog and darkness and our own expectations. The mind, Watson, is a magnificent instrument, but it has a tendency to find what it expects to find. We must approach this with clear eyes. The Morrison warehouse loomed out of the fog like a ship emerging from mist, a hulking brick structure 3 stories tall with windows that gaped dark and empty. Occupied a corner where 2 narrow streets met at an awkward angle, creating a wedge-shaped footprint. The surrounding buildings pressed close on all sides, creating the kind of shadowed, enclosed spaces where, Watson thought, a person might easily see things that frightened them. Holmes circled the building slowly, his eyes taking in everything: the condition of the brickwork, the height of the windows, the angles at which the surrounding structures stood. He paused at the side door Wright had mentioned, examining the lock with his magnifying glass. "Picked," he announced, "recently and repeatedly. Someone with skill, but not expertise. These scratches suggest trial and error rather than professional confidence." He straightened, looking up at the building's facade. 3 stories. The top floor would have clear sight lines down into the surrounding alleys, perfect positioning for Professor Brennan's theoretical projection apparatus. "You think someone's operating from inside?" "I think it's a distinct possibility. Come, Watson, let's see if we can gain entry. I have a set of picks that would make our mysterious experimenter weep with envy." The lock yielded to Holmes's ministrations in less than a minute, and they stepped into the warehouse's dim interior. The smell hit them immediately: damp, decay, and underneath it, that sharp chemical tang that all the witnesses had described. Watson's medical training made him cautious. "Holmes, some of these chemicals can be toxic. We should be careful." "Agreed. But I think our mysterious scientist has been more careful than that. The smell is faint, residual. Whatever was used here, it's been ventilated since." The ground floor was a vast, empty space, the ceiling supported by iron pillars that marched away into shadow. Dust lay thick on the floorboards, and in that dust, Watson could see footprints, recent ones, made by someone who'd walked a deliberate path from the door to a staircase at the rear of the building. Holmes knelt, examining the prints with his glass. One person. Average height, lightweight build based on the depth of impression, shoes with a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel, a slight drag, suggesting a minor limp, or perhaps just an uneven gait. They've been here multiple times. You can see where newer prints overlay older ones. They followed the footprints to the staircase, which creaked ominously as they climbed. The second floor held more of the same: empty rooms, dust, the detritus of a failed business. But the third floor, when they reached it, was different. One room showed clear signs of recent occupation. The dust had been disturbed, the windows cleaned on the inside. And more tellingly, Watson saw fragments of mirror glass scattered in one corner, the bright edges catching what little light penetrated the fog outside. Near the window stood a wooden crate that had been opened, its lid pried off and leaning against the wall. Holmes pounced on the crate, like a cat on a mouse, examining its contents with barely suppressed excitement. "Aha! Just as I suspected. Look here, Watson, a series of mirrors, various sizes, lenses in brass housings, and this." He lifted out a metal canister, opening it carefully. Inside was a fine white powder that made Watson's nose twitch even from several feet away. "Magnesium powder," Holmes said. "Burn this, and you get an intense white light, and that characteristic sharp smell." Exactly what Brennan described. And here, sulfur compounds, phosphorus preparations. This is a complete kit for creating optical illusions in fog. So it is fraud, Watson said, feeling oddly relieved. Someone creating false apparitions to frighten people. So it would seem, but the question remains, why? What purpose does this serve? Holmes moved to the window, looking down into the alley below. From here, you'd have a perfect angle to project an image downward. The fog would carry the illusion, making it appear to anyone below that a transparent figure stood right there in the alley with them. He turned back to the room, his brow furrowed. But there's something that troubles me, Watson. This equipment is here, yes. The chemical residue is consistent with the witnesses' reports. The positioning is ideal for creating the effect. And yet what? Yet, if this were simple criminal mischief, frightening people away from some smuggling operation or driving down property values for a land scheme, I would expect more signs of regular occupation. A chair for the operator to sit in during long waits, food scraps, tobacco ash, some sign of human presence beyond these bare necessities. This feels almost like what? Watson prompted when his friend fell silent. Like someone set up the apparatus and then abandoned it. Or like they're using it remotely somehow, which should be impossible with this kind of equipment. Someone needs to be here to operate it, to adjust the mirrors and light sources, to create the effect at precisely the right moment when a witness walks below. Holmes turned slowly, examining the room from all angles. Unless... He moved to the wall opposite the window, running his hands along the brickwork. His fingers found something, and Watson heard a soft click. A section of the wall swung inward, revealing a dark space beyond. A hidden passage, Watson breathed. More than that. A connection to the adjoining building. Our experimenter could set up the apparatus, then retreat to safety through this passage, operating the equipment from the next building over. Holmes lit a candle stub he'd found on the floor and led the way into the passage. It was narrow, clearly cut through the party wall that separated the warehouse from its neighbour. They emerged into what appeared to be another abandoned building, this one in even worse repair. But here, in a room that corresponded to the position of the experimental chamber in the warehouse, they found what they'd been looking for: a chair, a table, a logbook lying open, its pages covered in dense handwriting and complex diagrams. Holmes seized the logbook, his eyes scanning the pages rapidly. Experiments in light projection onto atmospheric particulate matter, he read aloud. Observations of refraction effects in various fog densities. Chemical enhancement of visibility parameters. His voice grew quieter. And here, in the margins, saw it again today. The shadow. Not my projection, but something else. Something watching from behind the light. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air seeping through the broken windows. Holmes. Wait. His friend had gone very still, staring at the logbook. Watson, look at the date on this last entry. Watson looked. The entry was dated 3 days ago, written in a hand that had grown increasingly erratic as it progressed down the page. The final line read, "It's not a projection anymore. I think I've opened something. God help me, I think it's real." The candle flickered, and for just a moment, Watson thought he saw something in the corner of the room, a shadow that shouldn't be there, a darker patch of darkness that seemed to have depth and substance. He blinked, and it was gone. "We should go," he said quietly. "Yes, Holmes agreed, his usual confidence fractured slightly. "Yes, I think we should. But we'll return tonight, Watson, when the fog is thick and the conditions are right, because I very much want to meet this experimenter and ask them what, exactly, they think they've opened." They descended the stairs quickly, emerging into the street where the fog had grown so thick that visibility had shrunk to mere feet. The gas lamps created small halos of yellow light that seemed to float disconnected from their posts. As they walked back toward the main road, where they might hope to find a cab, Watson found himself glancing over his shoulder repeatedly. The fog pressed close, and in it he could almost imagine shapes moving. Transparent figures that existed in the space between solid and vapor, watching from the grey-yellow murk with eyes that caught what little light there was. Holmes walked beside him in silence, the logbook tucked inside his coat, his brilliant mind clearly wrestling with the uncomfortable possibility that this case might not resolve as neatly as his others. That perhaps there were things in the fog of Whitechapel that existed regardless of mirrors and chemicals and scientific apparatus. Things that had always been there, waiting in the narrow spaces of the city, visible only to those unlucky or perceptive enough to look at precisely the right moment, or precisely the wrong one. Above them, the sky had faded to dark grey, and night was coming to London with the fog as its companion, settling over the city like a question no one was entirely certain they wanted answered. Evening had settled over Baker Street with the weight of a heavy curtain, the fog pressing against the windows like something alive, seeking entrance. Mrs. Hudson had brought up dinner at 6, a hearty beef stew that seemed designed to fortify them against the unseasonable cold that had accompanied the fog. But Holmes had barely touched his portion, his attention fixed instead on the apparatus he was assembling in the centre of their sitting-room. Watson watched from his chair by the fire, equal parts fascinated and concerned, as his friend transformed their comfortable lodgings into something resembling Professor Brennan's laboratory. The furniture had been pushed to the walls, creating an open space where Holmes had positioned a series of mirrors borrowed from various rooms in the house. Mrs. Hudson's dressing mirror, the shaving glass from Watson's washstand, even the decorative looking-glass that usually hung in the hallway. These he'd arranged at carefully calculated angles, their positions marked with chalk on the floorboards. "You're certain about this?" Watson asked, not for the first time. "Certainty is a luxury we cannot afford, Watson, but understanding is a necessity." Holmes adjusted one of the mirrors a fraction of an inch, checking the angle with a small hand mirror. "If I can recreate the conditions our mysterious experimenter used, the mirrors, the fog, the chemical light, then I can prove conclusively that the Hollow Man is nothing more than an optical illusion. Knowledge, Watson, is the antidote to fear. And if you can't recreate it—" Holmes paused, a muscle working in his jaw. "Then we will have learned something equally valuable, if considerably less comforting." On the table near the window, Holmes had assembled the chemical apparatus. From the crate they'd found in the warehouse, he'd taken samples of the magnesium powder and sulfur compounds, along with a portable burner of the kind field scientists used for experiments conducted away from proper laboratories. The logbook lay open beside it, its pages marked with experiments Holmes intended to replicate. Watson had read those pages during the cab ride back from Whitechapel, and the contents had troubled him. The writing started precisely enough, careful notations of mirror angles, fog density measurements, chemical proportions. But as the entries progressed, the hand grew more erratic, the observations less scientific and more unsettled. Subject A observed the projection at 22:47. Reaction consistent with genuine fear, one early entry read. But later entries grew stranger. Projection maintained for 4.3 minutes, but subject reported seeing the figure for 7.8 minutes. Where was it for the additional 3.5 minutes? And then, equipment was not active, yet Mrs. K reports seeing the figure in the usual location. How? The final entries had abandoned scientific detachment entirely. It's watching me now, even when I'm not creating it. I see it in reflections, in the corner of my eye. I think the apparatus didn't create the hollow man. I think it attracted it. Or worse, I think it showed me something that was already there, always there, just beyond the range of normal vision. Holmes, Watson said carefully. The person who wrote this logbook was clearly becoming unstable. Their observations grew less reliable as their mental state deteriorated. We cannot trust the later entries. On the contrary, Watson, we must take them very seriously indeed. Holmes was now preparing the chemical burner, his movements precise, despite the tremor in his hands that Watson recognized as anticipation rather than fear. Consider, what if our experimenter started with fraud, as we assumed, but discovered something genuine in the process? What if the apparatus, designed to create illusions, instead acted as a kind of lens, revealing something that exists in wavelengths beyond normal human perception? That's very close to what Professor Brennan said Voss theorized. Yes, and the Royal Society dismissed Voss as a crackpot for it. But Watson, the history of science is littered with discoveries made by people searching for one thing and finding another. X-rays were discovered barely 2 years ago, and they revealed an entire spectrum of radiation invisible to the naked eye. Who's to say there aren't other spectrums, other frequencies, waiting to be discovered? Watson rose from his chair and came to stand beside his friend. And if you discover one tonight, what then? Holmes met his eyes, and Watson saw something there he'd rarely seen before, uncertainty mixed with an almost reckless curiosity. Then we will document it, Watson, as we have documented every other case. We will apply reason and observation to it. We will understand it, even if that understanding forces us to expand our conception of what is possible. Or, Watson said quietly, we could simply hand this case over to the police, inform them that someone was conducting optical experiments in an abandoned warehouse, and return to our normal pursuits. Could you do that? Knowing what we know, wondering what we might have discovered if only we'd been brave enough to look. Holmes shook his head. No, Watson, we've come too far to turn back now. Besides, you're here, aren't you? You could have declined to assist. You could have retired to your club or spent the evening with your medical journals. Yet here you stand. Watson sighed. Because someone needs to ensure you don't do anything foolish. Precisely, which is why I value you so highly. Holmes returned his attention to the apparatus. Now then, we need fog. Genuine London fog would be ideal, but we cannot pipe it through the window without losing all the heat from the fire. So we'll create our own, using the same principles Brennan demonstrated. He'd already prepared a large metal basin, which he now filled with hot water from the kettle Mrs. Hudson had left on the hob. To this, he added chemicals from small vials, each addition producing a reaction. Steam rising in thick white clouds, the water clouding to grey, the air taking on that characteristic sharp scent they'd encountered in the warehouse. "Careful with your breathing," Holmes cautioned. "Small amounts of these compounds are harmless, but we shouldn't overdo it." The fog rose from the basin, spreading through the room with surprising rapidity. Within minutes, the far wall had become indistinct, the details of the room softening into suggestion rather than certainty. The mirrors Holmes had positioned began to show strange reflections. Not quite accurate reproductions of the room, but subtly distorted versions, as if the fog were bending light in unexpected ways. Holmes lit the burner and added a measured portion of magnesium powder. The resulting light was intense, painfully bright, forcing Watson to shield his eyes. Holmes had positioned it behind a series of lenses and mirrors, and the light reflected and refracted through the fog-filled room, creating dancing patterns of illumination and shadow. "There," Holmes said softly. "Do you see it, Watson? In the mirror by the window, the light creates the suggestion of a figure. Add the power of expectation, the fear of darkness, the natural human tendency to see faces in random patterns, and you have your hollow man." Watson looked, and indeed he could see what Holmes described. A vaguely human-shaped pattern in the reflected light, tall and transparent. It was impressive, certainly. It might even be frightening if encountered unexpectedly in a dark alley. But it was also clearly artificial, a trick of light and fog and mirrors. "You've done it," Watson said, relief evident in his voice. "You've explained the phenomenon." "Have I?" Holmes was staring at the mirrors with fierce intensity, making small adjustments to their positions. "Or have I simply replicated the surface appearance? Look closer, Watson. In the third mirror from the left, do you see it?" Watson looked. At first he saw only what he'd seen before: the dancing light, the fog, the suggested human figure. But then, as his eyes adjusted, he noticed something else. Behind the figure created by Holmes's apparatus, barely visible in the mirror's reflection, there was another shadow. Darker, more solid, and it was moving. "Holmes," Watson said quietly, "I think you should stop the experiment." "Not yet." Holmes was making notes in a small book, his pencil flying across the page, even as his eyes remained fixed on the mirrors. This is exactly what the logbook described. The apparatus creates the illusion, but something else appears in the reflection. Something the apparatus didn't create, but somehow revealed or attracted. The temperature in the room had dropped noticeably. Watson could see his breath misting in the air, despite the fire still burning in the hearth. The fog from the basin seemed to be moving in ways that air currents couldn't entirely explain, swirling in patterns that suggested intention rather than random movement. "Holmes, I must insist. Look at the third mirror, Watson, not at the reflection of the room, but through it, as if you were looking through a window rather than at a surface." Against his better judgment, Watson did as Holmes asked. He stared into the mirror, letting his eyes unfocus slightly, and suddenly the perspective shifted. Instead of seeing the mirror's surface, he seemed to be looking into depth, into a space that shouldn't exist. And in that impossible space, he saw it clearly. A figure. Tall, wearing what might have been a long coat and hat, but rendered in shades of grey and black rather than solid substance. It stood absolutely still, and where its chest should be, there was nothing. A hollow space through which Watson could see the wallpaper of the impossible room reflected in the mirror. But most disturbing were the eyes. They caught the light from Holmes's apparatus and reflected it back with a pale luminescence, and they were looking directly at Watson. He took an involuntary step backward, his hand going to his service revolver, before remembering that bullets were unlikely to be effective against whatever this was. "It's aware of us," Holmes whispered. His scientific detachment had cracked, revealing something like awe beneath. "Watson, I don't think this is a projection or an illusion. I think it's something else. Something that exists in reflections, in the space between light and shadow. The apparatus didn't create it. The apparatus made it visible." The figure in the mirror tilted its head slightly, the gesture eerily human despite its inhuman nature. Watson felt a cold that had nothing to do with temperature creeping up his spine. This was wrong. This violated every natural law he understood. The dead stayed dead. Spirits, if they existed at all, belonged to theology, not to science. They did not appear in mirrors in Baker Street on foggy November evenings. Holmes had moved closer to the mirror, his fascination overcoming his caution. "Can you hear me?" he asked the figure. "Do you understand?" The hollow man, for that was clearly what it was, the genuine article, rather than any projection, raised one transparent arm. Its hand, or what should have been its hand, pointed, not at Holmes or Watson, but at something behind them. Both men turned. Standing in the corner of the room, visible not in reflection, but in direct sight, was another shadow. This one darker still, more substantial, though still possessing that characteristic hollow quality in its centre. It stood between them and the door, and Watson realized with a chill that if it chose to move, they would have difficulty getting past it. "Holmes," Watson said, keeping his voice level through sheer force of will, "I believe we should extinguish the apparatus now." "Yes," Holmes agreed, his voice uncharacteristically small. "Yes, I think that would be wise." He moved toward the burner, but before he could reach it, the flame flared suddenly, burning with an intensity far beyond what the remaining magnesium should have produced. The light reflected off every mirror simultaneously, creating a cascade of illumination that seemed to fracture reality itself. For just a moment, Watson saw not one shadow, but dozens, figures standing in every reflection, in every mirror, some clear and some barely visible, but all sharing that same hollow centre, all watching with those pale luminescent eyes. And then Holmes's hand found the burner's control and twisted it closed. The flame died. The intense light faded. The chemical fog began to disperse, drawn toward the window by the draught that seemed suddenly stronger. The shadows faded with the light, becoming less distinct, less present. But they didn't disappear entirely. Even as the room returned to something approaching normality, the fire crackling, the gas lamps providing their ordinary yellow glow, Watson could still see them if he looked at the mirrors from the corner of his eye. Faint suggestions of presence, watching from the space between reflection and reality. Holmes stood beside the now dormant apparatus, his face pale, his hands trembling slightly. "Watson," he said quietly, "I believe I owe you an apology. You were right. This was foolish." "What did we just see?" Watson asked. "What are they?" "I don't know." The admission seemed to cost Holmes something. Ghosts? Spirits? Beings that exist in some parallel frequency of light we normally cannot perceive? The experimenter in Whitechapel might have been right. The apparatus doesn't create them, it reveals them, or attracts them, or... I don't know, Watson, and that terrifies me more than I can adequately express. Watson moved to the window, needing to see the solid reality of Baker Street below, fog-shrouded though it was. What do we do now? We document what we've observed. We consider the evidence. Holmes stopped, his eyes fixed on something. Watson, the mirror, behind me. Watson turned and looked at the shaving mirror Holmes had positioned near the chemistry apparatus. In its reflection, he could see Holmes clearly, but he could also see something else. Standing directly behind his friend, close enough to touch, was the hollow man. More distinct now than it had been when the apparatus was operating. Almost solid. Holmes must have seen Watson's expression because he went very still. "It's behind me, isn't it?" "Yes." "Can you see it directly or only in the mirror?" Watson forced himself to look away from the reflection and toward the actual space behind Holmes. There was nothing there, just empty air and the wallpaper beyond. Only in the mirror. "Fascinating," Holmes breathed. "It exists only in reflection. It's not in our space, but in some adjacent space that mirrors can access." He started to turn his head to look. "Don't," Watson said sharply. "Don't look at it directly. I don't think we want to make that kind of contact." Holmes froze. For a long moment, neither man moved. In the mirror, the hollow man stood motionless, its transparent form so close to Holmes that they seemed to occupy the same space. Watson could see the wallpaper through both of them, could see the hollow man's arm overlapping Holmes's shoulder. Then, slowly, the figure raised its hand and placed it where Holmes's shoulder would be in the mirror's geometry. Watson saw his friend stiffen, saw his eyes widen. "Holmes." "I can feel it," Holmes whispered, not as pressure, but as cold, terrible cold, and something else. "Watson, it's trying to communicate. Not words, but impressions, images. I see an explosion, a laboratory, a man falling, and then limbo, caught between, unable to move forward or back, trapped in reflections, in the spaces between things, aware but unable to interact. Lonely. God, Watson, such loneliness." "Holmes, you need to break contact, now." But Holmes wasn't listening. His eyes had gone distant, unfocused. It didn't mean to frighten anyone. It was just trying to be seen, to prove it still existed. The apparatus in Whitechapel, someone was experimenting, and it saw a chance to make contact, to show that it was still here, still aware, still. He gasped suddenly and staggered forward, breaking whatever connection had existed. Watson caught him, feeling how cold his friend had become, as if he'd been standing in a winter storm rather than a warm sitting room. "Are you all right?" Holmes nodded shakily. Yes, I think so. But Watson, we need to find out who this was, who the hollow man was in life, because I don't think it's malevolent. I think it's trapped and desperate and trying to ask for help in the only way it knows how." Watson helped Holmes to a chair, then deliberately positioned himself so he couldn't see any of the mirrors. "Perhaps. But Holmes, we're not equipped to help spirits or ghosts or whatever these entities are. This is beyond our expertise." "Is it? We help people who are trapped. This is simply a different kind of prison." Holmes took a shaky breath. "Though I grant you, it's unlike any case we've tackled before. Tomorrow we return to Whitechapel. We find out who was conducting those experiments and what, precisely, happened to them. Because I suspect the hollow man and the experimenter might be one and the same. Outside, the fog pressed closer still, and somewhere in the grey-yellow murk, Watson knew, Other shadows moved through reflected spaces, trapped in a limbo between light and darkness, visible only to those who knew how to look. The fire crackled, providing comfort and warmth, but neither man felt entirely safe. The mirrors around the room caught the firelight and reflected it back, and in those reflections, if one looked carefully, one might see things that weren't quite reflections, things that watched with luminous eyes from their prison of glass and light, things that had once been human, and might, perhaps, still remember what that felt like. Holmes sat by the fire, staring into the flames, his brilliant mind wrestling with a mystery that defied every principle he'd built his career upon. And in the mirror above the mantelpiece, just barely visible, the hollow man stood watching him watch the fire, two lonely souls separated by the thickness of reality itself, each trying to understand the other across a divide that perhaps was not as absolute as either had believed. Morning brought no relief from the fog, which had settled over London with the permanence of a geological formation. Watson woke to find his breath misting in the cold air of his bedroom, and when he descended to the sitting room, he found Holmes already awake, or perhaps still awake from the previous night, standing at the window with a cup of untouched tea growing cold in his hand. "Did you sleep at all?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. Sleep seemed inadvisable. Holmes didn't turn from the window. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hollow chest, those luminescent eyes, and I felt that cold, Watson, that terrible, desperate cold of something that exists but cannot quite touch existence. Watson moved to stand beside him, looking out at Baker Street, where the fog turned everything to suggestion. A milk cart passed like a ghost, the horse's hooves muffled, the driver barely visible. "Holmes, what we saw last night defies explanation. Yes, I'm aware." Holmes finally turned from the window, and Watson saw the shadows under his eyes, the pallor of his skin. His friend looked diminished somehow, as if the encounter had taken something from him. "Do you know what the worst part is, Watson? Not the fear, though God knows there was enough of that, but the failure. My entire career has been built on the principle that observation and reason can explain any mystery, that the universe operates according to consistent laws. And last night, in our own sitting room, I encountered something that makes a mockery of those principles." "Perhaps not a mockery," Watson said gently. "Perhaps simply an expansion. X-rays were discovered because someone noticed photographic plates developing in darkness. Radio waves exist, even though we cannot see or hear them without instruments. What we saw last night might simply be another frequency of reality that we're only beginning to perceive." "You're being remarkably philosophical about this." "One of us has to be. You've spent the night working yourself into an existential crisis. I've spent it sleeping, which has left me clear-headed enough to think about practical next steps." Watson moved to the breakfast table where Mrs. Hudson had left their usual fare. "Eat something, then we'll visit Professor Brennan again. If anyone can help us understand what we witnessed, it's him." Holmes managed a weak smile. "When did you become the voice of reason in this partnership? Someone has to compensate for your sudden outbreak of mysticism." They found Professor Brennan in his laboratory, surrounded by even more apparatus than during their previous visit. He looked up as they entered, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to sharp concern as he took in Holmes's appearance. "Good Lord, Holmes, you look dreadful. What happened?" I conducted an experiment, Holmes said, settling into the chair Brennan offered. I attempted to replicate the conditions described in the Whitechapel logbook, the mirrors, the chemical fog, the light apparatus. I succeeded in creating an optical illusion that could explain the witnesses' sightings. But I also encountered something else, something the apparatus didn't create, but revealed. Brennan's hand stilled on the equipment he'd been adjusting. "You saw them?" "Them?" Watson interjected. "Plural?" "Yes, Doctor, plural." Brennan moved to a cabinet and withdrew a bottle of brandy despite the early hour, pouring 3 glasses with shaking hands. "I didn't mention this during your first visit because I thought you'd dismiss me as mad. But since Edmund Voss presented his findings, I've been conducting my own experiments, carefully, cautiously, and I've seen what Holmes describes, figures in the reflections, shadows that exist only in mirrors and glass, things with hollow centers and luminescent eyes." Holmes sat forward, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "You've replicated his results?" "More than replicated them. I've expanded on them. Voss was right, Holmes. There is something there. Beings, for lack of a better word, that exist in some adjacent space to our own. They're not ghosts in the traditional sense, not spirits of the dead, though I suspect they might have been human once. It's more like they exist in a different state. Light can interact with them, mirrors can show them, but they cannot directly touch our physical world." "Except they can," Holmes said quietly. "Last night, one of them made contact with me, through the mirror. I felt cold, and I received impressions, images, emotions, a memory of an explosion, a laboratory accident, and then an endless existence trapped in reflections." Brennan's face had gone pale. "Physical contact?" "Holmes, I've been conducting these experiments for 2 months, and I've been careful never to allow direct contact. Observation only, nothing more." "Why?" Watson asked. "What happens if they make contact?" "I don't know. That's precisely why I've avoided it. But I can tell you what Voss claimed happened to him." Brennan took a long drink of his brandy. "3 months ago, he came to me in the middle of the night, terrified, incoherent. He said he'd made contact with one of the beings during an experiment, that it had touched him through a mirror, and for a moment he'd experienced what it experienced. The loneliness, yes, but also the hunger, the desperate need to be substantial again, to exist fully rather than in this half-state of reflection." "And then?" Holmes prompted. "And then he said it tried to pull him through, to trade places with him. It wanted to be real again, and it thought perhaps if it could take his place, it could escape its prison. He broke contact before it succeeded, but it left him changed. He became obsessed with the idea that they were watching him constantly, that every mirror showed them lurking just beyond sight. He started covering all the reflective surfaces in his home, stopped going out during fog because he said that's when they were strongest." Watson felt a chill. "Where is Voss now?" Brennan's expression grew grim. "That's the question, isn't it? He disappeared 6 weeks ago, left his laboratory abandoned, all his equipment still in place. Some thought he'd had a breakdown and fled London. Others suspected suicide, but no body was ever found." Holmes had gone very still, his grey eyes fixed on something in the middle distance. "Professor, this laboratory Voss used, where was it located?" "Whitechapel, near the docks, an old warehouse on Old Montague Street." "Why?" "Because that's where Watson and I found the experimental apparatus, and the logbook." Holmes pulled the journal from his coat pocket. "Tell me, does this handwriting look familiar?" Brennan took the book, his hands trembling as he flipped through the pages. "Yes, this is Edmund's hand. The early entries, certainly. But the later ones..." He squinted at the increasingly erratic script. "The later ones look like they were written by someone losing their grip on reality, or by someone being written through, if that makes sense. As if the hand belonged to Edmund, but the words came from somewhere else." "What do you mean?" Watson asked. "Look at the phrasing in these final entries. Edmund was brilliant but prosaic in his writing style. These read more like poetry or prophecy. The hollow men walk where light and shadow kiss. They remember flesh, but wear only its echo." That's not Edmund. That's not how he thought or spoke. Holmes took the logbook back, reading the passages Brennan indicated. "You think he was being influenced by the entities he was studying?" "I think prolonged contact with them changed him, made him more like them, or perhaps allowed them to speak through him." Brennan returned to his equipment, his movements agitated. "Holmes, these beings, whatever they are, exist in a state of terrible deprivation. They can see our world, but not touch it. They can observe, but not interact. Imagine being trapped like that. Imagine the hunger it would create, the desperation." "You sound as if you pity them," Watson observed. "I do. God help me, I do. Because I think they're not monsters or demons. I think they're people who became trapped somehow." Voss theorized that certain types of death, particularly those involving intense light or chemical reactions, might separate consciousness from the body in such a way that it becomes trapped in this reflective state. An explosion in a laboratory, for instance. A photographer overcome by chemical fumes. While working with mirrors and silver plates, a gas lamp accident in a room lined with glass. Holmes stood abruptly and began to pace, his mind visibly working through the implications. So Voss discovered these beings, studied them, made contact with them, and then he either became one of them or was driven mad by the attempt. But the apparatus remains in the warehouse, still functioning, still creating conditions where they can be seen. "More than that," Brennan said, "I think the apparatus acts as a beacon. It attracts them. Every time someone uses similar equipment, chemical fog, intense light, mirrors arranged at specific angles, it creates a thin spot between their realm and ours. They're drawn to it like moths to flame, desperate for any chance at connection, at being seen, at proving they still exist. Which is why the hollow man appeared when I conducted my experiment last night," Holmes said quietly. "I created the conditions, and it came, hoping perhaps to communicate, to ask for help." Watson moved to stand beside his friend. "Holmes, even if all this is true, what can we do about it? We're not scientists capable of manipulating light and matter. We're not spiritualists who claim to commune with the dead. We're a consulting detective and a physician. This is beyond our capabilities." "Is it?" Holmes turned to face him. "Watson, everything we've learned suggests these beings were human once. They retain memory, emotion, and the capacity for communication. They're trapped in a state they cannot escape alone. How is that different from any other person who needs help? The prison is unusual, yes. The nature of their existence defies conventional understanding. But the fundamental problem remains the same. Someone is trapped and seeking release." "Even assuming we wanted to help," Brennan interjected, "I'm not certain we could. I've researched this extensively. There's no scientific framework for releasing consciousness trapped in a reflective state. No procedure, no technique, no. He stopped, his expression shifting. Wait, there might be something. Voss, in his more coherent moments, theorized that if the conditions that trapped someone in this state could be reversed or completed, it might release them. If an explosion separated consciousness from matter, perhaps recreating that explosion in controlled conditions might reunite them. Or, if the separation occurred during a specific experiment, completing that experiment might provide resolution. That sounds remarkably dangerous, Watson said. It is dangerous, monumentally so, which is why Voss never attempted it. He believed that trying to manipulate these energies could trap the experimenter as well, creating more hollow men rather than freeing existing ones. Holmes had returned to the window, staring out at the fog-wrapped city. Professor, you said Voss disappeared 6 weeks ago, and the sightings in Whitechapel began approximately 2 weeks ago. What happened in the intervening month? Brennan thought for a moment. I don't know. The apparatus was abandoned, presumably. Unless someone else found it, Holmes finished. Someone who read the logbook, understood the basic principles, and decided to continue the experiments. Someone who unknowingly created the conditions that made the hollow men visible to ordinary witnesses. Or, Watson said slowly, unless Voss didn't disappear, unless he became one of them, and he's been trying to communicate ever since, trying to show people that he still exists, still needs help. The room fell silent. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, and in those windows Watson could see reflections. The 3 men standing in the laboratory, surrounded by their equipment and their theories. But were there other reflections too? Other figures standing just beyond sight, watching from their prison of light and glass. Holmes turned from the window, and Watson saw that his friend had made a decision. We need to return to the warehouse tonight. We need to examine Voss's complete experimental setup, understand exactly what he was doing when he disappeared. And we need to see if the Hollow Man will communicate again, provide some indication of what happened and how we might help. Holmes, this is madness, Watson protested. Last night nearly undid you. Going back, deliberately seeking contact, is the only way forward. Watson, I felt that entity's desperation, its loneliness. If there's even a chance we can help, we must try. Besides, a ghost of his old confidence returned to Holmes's voice. I have you to ensure I don't do anything too foolish. And Professor Brennan, if he'll join us, to provide scientific expertise. Brennan nodded slowly. I'll come. Partly because I'm curious. Partly because I've been studying this phenomenon for months without advancing beyond observation. But mostly because if Edmund Voss is trapped in that state, I owe it to him to attempt a rescue. He was a friend once, before the obsession took him. Then we agreed, Holmes said. Tonight, when the fog is thickest and the conditions are optimal, we return to Whitechapel. We'll bring equipment to document what we observe. We'll approach this systematically, scientifically, and we'll see if we can establish meaningful communication with whatever Edmund Voss has become. Watson wanted to argue further, to insist on caution, to suggest they hand this matter over to someone more qualified, though who that might be he couldn't imagine. But he recognized the set of Holmes's jaw, the determination in his eyes. His friend had encountered something that challenged every principle he'd built his life upon, and rather than retreating, Holmes was choosing to advance, to understand, to help, if help was possible. It was, Watson reflected, both the most admirable and most dangerous aspect of his friend's character. "Very well," he said, "but we go armed, we go prepared, and at the first sign of genuine danger, we retreat. Agreed?" "Agreed," Holmes said, though Watson suspected his friend's definition of genuine danger might differ significantly from his own. They spent the remainder of the day preparing. Brennan brought additional equipment from his laboratory, specialized mirrors, chemical compounds, instruments for measuring light wavelengths and atmospheric conditions. Holmes reviewed every page of Voss's logbook, making notes on the progression of experiments, looking for patterns and warnings. Watson checked his service revolver, knowing it was useless against beings of light and shadow, but finding comfort in its solid weight nonetheless. As evening approached and the fog thickened further, turning the world beyond Baker Street's windows into an impenetrable grey wall, Watson found himself wondering if they were making a terrible mistake. They were about to deliberately seek contact with entities that existed in defiance of natural law, beings that might be human souls trapped in a liminal state, or might be something else entirely, using the appearance of humanity to lure the living into their realm. But Holmes was right about one thing. If there was someone trapped and suffering, someone seeking help, they had a moral obligation to try, even if that someone was no longer entirely human, even if the attempt might trap them as well. Outside, night fell over London like a curtain dropping on the world stage. The gas lamps created small halos of yellow light in the fog, and in those halos, if one looked carefully, one might see shadows that weren't quite shadows. Figures that stood at the edge of visibility, watching the living world with eyes that remembered what it was like to be part of it. And in Whitechapel, in an abandoned warehouse where a brilliant man had conducted experiments that shattered the boundaries between light and shadow, between substance and reflection, something waited, hollow but aware, trapped but hoping, desperate for someone to see it, to acknowledge it, to perhaps, if such a thing was possible, to set it free. The three men prepared to venture into the fog, armed with science and determination, and the faint hope that reason might yet prevail over mystery. But in the mirrors of Baker Street, in the windows of Bloomsbury, in every reflective surface across London, the hollow men watched and waited, their luminescent eyes tracking the movements of the living with an intensity born of unbearable longing. Tonight, the boundary between worlds would grow thin. Tonight, answers might be found. Or tonight, 3 more souls might join the ranks of those who existed only in reflection, trapped forever in the space between light and darkness, substantial and shadow, real and remembered. The fog would tell no tales either way. The hansom that carried them to Whitechapel moved through the fog like a ship navigating uncharted waters, the driver's calls to his horse muffled to whispers by the dense, grey-yellow murk. Watson sat wedged between Holmes and Professor Brennan, acutely aware of the equipment cases at their feet and the weight of what they were attempting. The streets grew narrower and darker as they progressed eastward, the gas lamps fewer and farther between, until they were travelling through a London that seemed more memory than substance. "The fog is worse tonight than I've ever seen it," Brennan observed, his breath misting in the cold air. Visibility can't be more than 5 feet. These are exactly the conditions Voss recorded as optimal for manifestation. Holmes said nothing, his face barely visible in the darkness of the cab. He'd been quiet since they'd left Baker Street, withdrawn into that place of intense mental activity that Watson recognized as his friend, preparing for something dangerous. In his hands, he turned over a small mirror again and again, watching the way the passing street lamps reflected on its surface. They disembarked on Commercial Road, paying the driver handsomely to wait, though Watson suspected the man would leave the moment they were out of sight. No one with sense lingered in Whitechapel after dark, and tonight the fog transformed the already sinister streets into something from a nightmare. Buildings loomed and receded in the mist, their outlines uncertain, their windows like dead eyes watching the empty streets. "This way," Holmes said quietly, leading them toward the maze of alleys that would take them to Old Montague Street. He carried a bull's-eye lantern, its beam cutting a narrow path through the fog, revealing cobblestones slick with moisture, and walls that wept with condensation. The warehouse appeared suddenly, materializing from the fog as if it had been waiting for them. In the darkness, it looked less like a building and more like a monument to some forgotten purpose, its brick facade black with soot and age, its empty windows reflecting nothing at all. Holmes had retained the key from their previous visit, and the lock turned with a reluctant click. The door swung inward, revealing darkness deeper than the fog outside. The smell hit them immediately, that sharp chemical tang, stronger now than it had been during their daylight visit, as if the apparatus upstairs were active. "Someone's been here," Watson said quietly, his hand moving to his revolver. "Or something has," Brennan added, his voice tight with tension. They climbed the stairs in single file, Holmes leading with the lantern, Watson behind him with the revolver drawn, Brennan bringing up the rear with his equipment cases. The wooden steps creaked beneath their weight, each sound impossibly loud in the silence. The building felt empty, yet Watson couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, of eyes tracking their progress from the shadows. The third floor was as they'd left it, the experimental chamber with its cleaned windows and scattered mirror fragments, the hidden passage to the adjoining building. But something had changed. The mirrors Holmes had noted during their previous visit had been rearranged, positioned now at very specific angles that suggested someone with knowledge of Voss's work had been continuing the experiments. And on the table in the connected room, the logbook lay open to a page that had been blank before. Fresh writing covered it now, the handwriting a strange amalgamation of Voss's careful script and something more erratic, more desperate. Holmes lifted the book into the lantern light and read aloud. "They are watching, always watching, from every reflection, every mirror, every pane of glass. I thought I was studying them, but they were studying me, learning, waiting. And now I am one of them, trapped in the space between light and shadow, and I cannot remember what warmth feels like." "Dear God," Brennan whispered, "that's Edmund's hand, but those aren't his words. Not entirely." "No," Holmes agreed. "I suspect this was written by what Edmund has become, or by something speaking through him." He set the book down carefully. "Professor, let's set up your equipment. We need to recreate the conditions from his final experiment. If we're going to establish communication, we need to do this properly." For the next 20 minutes they worked in near silence, arranging mirrors at the angles specified in Voss's notes, preparing the chemical compounds that would create the artificial fog, and positioning the light apparatus. Brennan handled the technical aspects with steady hands despite his obvious fear, while Watson maintained watch, his revolver ready, though he knew it was useless against what they might encounter. Holmes moved between them, consulting the logbook, making small adjustments to the mirror positions, his face set in lines of fierce concentration. Watson had seen his friend face armed criminals, poisoners, and madmen without hesitation, but tonight there was something different in Holmes's manner. Not fear exactly, but a kind of existential uncertainty that Watson had never seen before. "Ready," Brennan announced finally. The room was now a maze of mirrors and lenses, with the chemical apparatus positioned at the center. "Holmes, once I activate this, the fog will spread quickly. The conditions will be identical to what Edmund describes in his final entry. If the hollow men are going to appear, it will be within minutes." "Then let us proceed," Holmes said. "But, Professor, I want you to monitor everything. Take notes. Measure what you can. If something goes wrong, we need documentation that might help prevent others from making the same mistakes." "And if something goes right?" Watson asked. "If we actually make contact, establish communication, what then?" "Then we listen, Watson. We listen to what it has to say, and we determine if help is possible." Holmes positioned himself in front of the largest mirror, the one that reflected the entire room. "Begin." Brennan lit the burner and added the chemical compounds. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. White fog erupted from the apparatus, spreading through the room with unnatural speed. It was thicker than what Holmes had created at Baker Street, more substantial, and it carried that sharp scent that Watson had come to associate with the boundary between worlds. The mirrors began to show strange reflections almost immediately. Not the room as it was, but the room as it might be, in some adjacent reality. The walls appeared older, more decayed. The ceiling showed water damage that wasn't present in the actual space. And in the corners, shadows gathered that had no corresponding source in the physical room. "Temperature dropping," Brennan reported, his voice clinical, despite the tremor Watson heard beneath. "Down 5 degrees in 30 seconds. Light refraction patterns are unusual. The fog is bending light in ways that shouldn't be possible with these compounds." Holmes stood absolutely still before the central mirror, his eyes fixed on his reflection. But Watson could see that his friend's reflection was not quite accurate. It moved fractionally behind Holmes's actual movements, as if there were a delay in the mirror's response, or as if the reflection were becoming something separate from the man who cast it. "Holmes," Watson said cautiously, "perhaps we should—" "Wait," Holmes interrupted. "Look. In the left mirror. Do you see it?" Watson looked. In the mirror positioned to the left of the room, barely visible through the chemical fog, a figure was forming. Tall, wearing a long coat, with that characteristic hollow center through which the wall behind was visible. But this figure seemed more substantial than the one they'd encountered at Baker Street, more defined. As if being in this place, surrounded by Voss's apparatus, had given it greater strength. "Edmund!" Brennan called out, his scientific detachment cracking. "Edmund, if that's you, give us some signs." The figure in the mirror turned toward them. Its face was still that half-erased suggestion of features, but Watson thought he could see something familiar in the shape of it, the way it held itself. This had been a man once, a scientist who had pushed too far into territories that should have remained unexplored. The hollow man raised one transparent arm and pointed, not at them, but at the mirrors. First one, then another, then a third. Following the direction of its gesture, Watson saw that each mirror now showed a different figure. The room was surrounded by hollow men, all watching from their reflective prisons, all waiting. "Dear God," Watson breathed, "how many of them are there?" "Dozens, perhaps," Holmes said quietly. "Everyone who died in the right conditions, who became trapped in this state. Photographers overcome by chemical fumes, scientists killed in laboratory accidents. Anyone who died, surrounded by mirrors and light, their consciousness separated from matter at the moment of death." The central figure, the one they believed was Voss, moved closer to the surface of the mirror. Watson could see now that it was trying to speak, its mouth forming words that produced no sound in their world. Holmes leaned closer to the mirror, his face inches from the glass. "I can't hear you," Holmes said, "but I'm watching. Show me what happened." The hollow man placed its hand against the mirror's surface, and suddenly the reflection changed. Instead of showing the room, the mirror displayed a scene from the past, Voss's laboratory, months ago, lit by intense light. Watson saw a man matching Brennan's description of Edmund Voss working feverishly with the apparatus, adjusting mirrors and adding chemicals. The scene had the quality of a memory, viewed through fog and distance. In the memory, Voss appeared to be completing some final calculation, some ultimate experiment. He positioned himself between multiple mirrors, each reflecting the others in an infinite regression. He lit the burner, added the chemicals, and the fog began to spread. For a moment, the apparatus worked as intended. Light bounced between mirrors, creating transparent images in the fog. But then, something went wrong. The light grew brighter, more intense, beyond what the chemicals should have produced. The mirrors began reflecting not just Voss, but something else, something that had been waiting in the spaces between reflections. The hollow men, drawn by the apparatus like insects to light, pressing against the boundaries of their prison. Voss saw them. Watson watched his expression change from scientific curiosity to horror as he realized what he was seeing. He reached to shut down the apparatus, but he was too late. The light flared one final time, brilliant as a star, and in that moment of perfect illumination between perfectly positioned mirrors, something fundamental happened. Voss's reflection separated from his body. Watson saw it happening in the memory mirror, the man standing in the laboratory, while his reflection remained in the glass, the two diverging as the light peaked. Voss screamed silently, reaching toward his reflection as if trying to pull it back, but the light was too bright, the mirrors too perfectly aligned, the boundary between worlds too thin. And then the light died. The apparatus shut down, either from Voss's final desperate action or simply because it had consumed all available fuel. In the laboratory, a body collapsed to the floor. In the mirrors, a new hollow man stood among the others, still wearing Voss's expression of horror and disbelief. The memory faded, and the mirror returned to showing the present, Voss's hollow form standing before them, trapped for months in this half-existence, able to observe, but not interact, to remember, but not feel, to exist, but not live. "He's showing us how he died," Brennan said, tears streaming down his face. "How he became trapped. The apparatus created the perfect conditions for consciousness to separate from matter. The mirrors provided a space for that consciousness to exist. And now he's caught between, unable to move forward or back. Holmes had gone pale, his hand resting against the mirror, as if he could somehow reach through and pull Voss back. "Can we reverse it?" he asked. "If we recreate the exact conditions, could we reunite consciousness and matter? Return him to his body?" "His body is dead, Holmes," Watson said gently. "It's been months. Even if we could reverse the process, there's nothing left to return to." "Then what?" Holmes's voice cracked slightly. "He exists. He's aware. He's suffering. There must be something we can do." Voss's hollow form moved again, its hand gesturing toward a different mirror. In that mirror, Watson saw another scene. Not a memory this time, but a vision of possibility. The apparatus is burning brighter than ever before, the mirrors shattering simultaneously. And in the moment of destruction, the hollow men dissolving, their trapped consciousnesses finally released into what? Darkness? Light? The great unknown that lay beyond death? "He's showing us how to end it," Brennan said slowly. "How to release them, destroy the apparatus, shatter the mirrors simultaneously, and the prison breaks. They can finally move on." "But we don't know what moving on means," Watson protested. "We could be obliterating them entirely. This might not be release, but destruction." The hollow man that had been Edmund Voss turned to face Watson directly. Though its features were faint, Watson thought he could see an expression on that half-present face. Not fear, not uncertainty, but relief. Profound, desperate relief at the possibility of ending this liminal existence. Around the room, in every mirror, the other hollow men were gathering. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, all pressed against the surfaces of their prisons. All watching, all waiting. All, Watson realized with a chill, hoping for the same release that Voss sought. "They want this," Holmes said quietly. "All of them. They're asking us to free them, even if freedom means ceasing to exist. Because anything is better than this eternal imprisonment between states of being." "Holmes, we can't," Watson said. "We can't make that decision for them. We don't know what will happen." "Don't we?" Holmes turned to face him, and Watson saw tears on his friend's face, something he'd witnessed perhaps twice in all their years together. "Watson, I felt what they felt. Last night, when one of them touched me through the mirror, I experienced a fragment of their existence. The loneliness is beyond bearing, the awareness without the ability to act, to feel, to connect. It's a torture more profound than any physical suffering. If they're asking us to end it, how can we refuse?" Brennan had moved to the apparatus, his hands hovering over the controls. "If we do this, if we overload the system and destroy the mirrors, we need to be certain. Edmund, if you can understand me, if this is truly what you want, show us one more time." The hollow man that had been Voss placed both hands against the mirror. Around the room, all the others did the same, creating a tableau of desperate supplication. And in that moment, Watson understood. These weren't monsters or demons. They were people who had died in circumstances that prevented them from dying completely, trapped in an existence that mocked the life they'd lost and denied them the peace of true death. They were asking for mercy. "Do it," Holmes said. "Professor, overload the apparatus. Watson, help me position the mirrors. We'll do this right. We'll give them the release they're asking for." Watson wanted to argue, to insist they needed more time, more research, more certainty about what they were doing. But looking at the hollow men pressed against their mirror prisons, seeing the desperate hope in those luminescent eyes, he found he couldn't refuse. They worked quickly, adjusting mirrors to Brennan's specifications, repositioning the apparatus to create maximum light concentration. Brennan added chemicals in combinations that made Watson's medical training scream warnings about toxicity and explosive potential. But the professor worked with steady hands, following calculations from Voss's logbook, preparing to create the conditions that would either release these trapped souls or destroy them utterly. "Ready?" Brennan announced. "Once I light this, we'll have perhaps 30 seconds before the reaction peaks. We need to be out of this room when it happens. The light will be blinding, and if the mirrors shatter, as I suspect they will, the glass will be dangerous." "Wait," Holmes said. He stood before the central mirror, looking at Voss's hollow form. "Before we do this, I need to know. Are you certain? Is this what you want?" The hollow man that had been Edmund Voss nodded slowly. Then it placed one hand over where its heart should have been, that hollow space at its center, and then pointed upward, toward the sky, toward heaven or oblivion or whatever lay beyond the prison of mirrors and light. "Thank you," Holmes said quietly, "for trusting us with this, for showing us what was possible, even if the discovery came at terrible cost. We'll remember you, Edmund Voss. We'll remember all of you." Around the room, the hollow men seemed to draw closer to the mirror surfaces, as if preparing for a journey. Watson felt tears on his own face now, mourning for people he'd never known, whose deaths had trapped them in a fate worse than death itself. "Light it," Holmes said, "and then we run." Brennan struck the match. The chemical reaction began immediately, light erupting from the apparatus with an intensity that forced Watson to shield his eyes. The mirrors began to vibrate, humming with a frequency that Watson felt in his bones. Through slitted eyes, he saw the hollow men stepping back from the mirror surfaces, their forms becoming brighter, more substantial, as if the increased light were giving them temporary solidity. "Now!" Brennan shouted, and they ran. Down the stairs, through the darkness of the warehouse, out into the fog-wrapped street. Behind them, the light grew brighter still, spilling through the windows like dawn breaking in reverse. The humming became a shriek, glass vibrating at frequencies beyond human hearing, but felt nonetheless. And then, with a sound like the world taking a deep breath, the mirrors shattered. The light died instantly, leaving only darkness and the soft tinkling sound of falling glass. Watson stood in the street, breathing hard, his ears ringing from the sound of destruction. Beside him, Holmes and Brennan waited in silence, all three men staring up at the dark windows of the warehouse. "Is it done?" Watson asked finally. "I think so," Holmes replied. "I hope so." They stood there for a long moment, three men in the fog, surrounded by the sleeping city, having just performed an act that would sound like madness if they ever tried to explain it. They had destroyed a scientific apparatus and shattered dozens of mirrors in an abandoned warehouse, all on the theory that doing so would release consciousnesses trapped in a reflective liminal state. It was, Watson reflected, quite possibly the strangest case they'd ever undertaken. "We should go," Brennan said quietly, "before someone investigates the noise." But as they turned to leave, Watson glanced at a shop window across the street. In its reflection, just for a moment, he thought he saw them. The hollow men, no longer hollow. Solid, complete. smiling as they faded into a light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, their faces showing relief and gratitude and peace. Then the reflection was just a reflection again, showing only 3 men standing in a foggy Whitechapel street. "Did you see?" Watson began. "Yes," Holmes said softly. "I saw them too. They're gone, Watson. Truly gone. Finally at rest." They walked through the fog toward Commercial Road, where by some miracle their handsomeness still waited. None of them spoke. There seemed nothing adequate to say about what they'd witnessed, what they'd done, what they'd learned about the boundaries between life and death and the strange spaces that might exist between. The fog began to lift as they rode westward, thinning as if London itself sensed that the strange business was concluded. By the time they reached Baker Street, stars were visible in patches of clear sky, and the oppressive weight of the past days had lifted. In the sitting room at 221B, Holmes stood at the window for a long time, looking out at the city. Watson joined him, and together they watched as the last of the fog dissipated into the night. "We'll never speak of this," Holmes said finally. "No one would believe us. And even if they did, the knowledge would be dangerous. Better to let it remain a mystery, a strange case that was never quite solved." "Agreed," Watson said. "Though I think I'll write it down, not for publication, but for the record, so that if anyone else encounters something similar, there might be some guidance." "Write it then. But Watson—" Holmes turned from the window, and in his eyes Watson saw something changed. A humility, perhaps, or an acceptance of limits that hadn't been there before. "Write also that there are mysteries in this world that resist rational explanation, that the universe is larger and stranger than we imagine, and that sometimes the most important discoveries are those we make about the boundaries of human existence itself." Watson nodded. "I'll write all of that, though I doubt anyone will believe it." "Perhaps that's for the best," Holmes said. "Some knowledge is meant to remain between those who witness it." Outside, London settled into its normal rhythms, unaware that in one of its numberless streets 3 men had just crossed a threshold between science and mystery, between the known and the unknowable, between life and whatever strange states might exist beyond it. The hollow men were at rest at last, and the fog, having served its purpose as medium and witness, retreated until the next time London needed to cloak its secrets in grey-yellow mist, hiding things that walked between worlds in the spaces where light and shadow kissed. 3 days after the incident in Whitechapel, London woke to clear skies and crisp autumn air that felt like a benediction after the oppressive fog. Watson rose early and found Holmes already in the sitting room, seated by the window with a cup of tea, and the morning papers spread before him, though Watson suspected his friend hadn't read a single word. The mirrors in their rooms had all been quietly turned to face the walls. "Did you sleep?" Watson asked, though he knew the answer. He himself had managed only fitful rest, his dreams populated by transparent figures and reflections that moved independently of their sources. "Some," Holmes replied, which Watson interpreted as none. "I've been thinking about what Professor Brennan said before he left last night, about Voss's final theory." Brennan had departed Baker Street near dawn, exhausted but strangely peaceful, carrying his equipment and the burden of knowledge that would likely isolate him from his academic colleagues forever. Before leaving, he'd shared one last insight from Voss's work, a hypothesis that the hollow men existed not in opposition to natural law, but as an extension of it, a state of consciousness that physics simply hadn't yet developed the language to describe. What about it? Watson settled into his chair, grateful for the familiar comfort of their sitting room, for the solid reality of wood and leather, and the fire crackling in the hearth. Voss theorized that consciousness and matter are more separable than we believe, that under specific conditions, intense light, precise mirror configurations, certain chemical reactions, they can become divided. The body dies, but consciousness persists, trapped in a reflective medium because it has nowhere else to go. Holmes set down his teacup with careful precision. But what if the reverse is also true? What if consciousness can be expanded, enhanced, made capable of perceiving things normally invisible? You're suggesting we were changed by the experience, Watson said slowly. I'm suggesting we may have seen things we cannot unsee, learn things we cannot unlearn. Watson, last night I conducted a small experiment. I lit a candle in my room and positioned it before a mirror. And I saw. He paused, struggling for words. I saw layers in the reflection, multiple depths, like looking through sheets of glass. And in those depths, faint suggestions of presence, nothing clear, nothing threatening, but something, as if the world of reflections has become more visible to me than it was before. Watson felt a chill despite the fire's warmth. Holmes, if making contact with the hollow men has somehow altered our perception, then we must learn to live with it, Holmes interrupted. I don't believe we're in danger. I think we simply became more sensitive to something that exists whether we perceive it or not, like developing the ability to hear a frequency previously inaudible. That's a remarkably sanguine view of potentially seeing spirits for the rest of our lives. Holmes smiled slightly, the first genuine expression of humour Watson had seen in days. Not spirits, Watson. Simply phenomena we don't yet have the scientific framework to explain. Give physics another century and they'll likely have equations for it. We're merely ahead of our time. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Mrs. Hudson appeared with a telegram. Holmes read it quickly, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. "It's from Inspector Lestrade," he announced. "There was a fire at the Morrison warehouse last night. Completely destroyed the building. He's asking if we know anything about it, as our visit to the area had been noted by the night watchman, Thomas Wright." Watson and Holmes exchanged glances. They had left the warehouse intact after the apparatus destroyed itself, the shattered mirrors the only evidence of their intervention. A fire afterward seemed almost providential, as if the building itself had decided to erase the final traces of Voss's dangerous experiments. "How will you respond?" Watson asked. "Truthfully, if selectively. We visited the warehouse as part of an investigation into optical phenomena. We left it secured. We know nothing about any fire." Holmes folded the telegram carefully. "Which is entirely accurate. Whatever burned that building, it wasn't us." "Perhaps," Watson said quietly, "some things prefer not to leave evidence behind. Some boundaries, once crossed, should be difficult to cross again." "Perhaps," Holmes agreed. The morning passed in a comfortable routine. Breakfast, the papers, Holmes's correspondence. Watson attended to some medical journals that had accumulated during their preoccupation with the case. On the surface, everything had returned to normal. But Watson noticed small changes. Holmes, who had always been supremely confident in his rational worldview, now occasionally paused before mirrors, his expression thoughtful. And Watson himself found he could no longer look at reflections without wondering what might be looking back. Around noon, Professor Brennan arrived unexpectedly, carrying a leather portfolio under his arm. Mrs. Hudson showed him up, and Watson noted that the professor looked better than he had the previous night, rested, clear-eyed, as if a weight had been lifted. "Gentlemen," Brennan greeted them, "I hope I'm not intruding, but I wanted to share something before I leave London." "You're leaving?" Holmes asked, gesturing for him to sit. "Yes. I'm accepting a position at a university in Edinburgh, farther from the memories, the experiments, the consequences." Brennan opened his portfolio and withdrew several documents. "But before I go, I wanted to ensure my research and Edmund's wasn't entirely lost. I prepared 3 copies of a comprehensive report, one for each of us. It documents everything we know about the phenomenon, the theoretical framework, the warnings about replication. Not for publication, obviously, but for preservation." Watson took the document Brennan offered him. It was substantial, perhaps 100 pages, densely written in the professor's careful hand. A record for posterity. More than that, a warning for anyone who might stumble upon similar phenomena in the future. If someone else discovers how to make the hollow men visible, they need to understand what they're dealing with. The danger of prolonged contact, the impossibility of reversing the condition, the mercy of release. Brennan's expression grew distant. Edmund would have wanted his final discoveries documented, even if they could never be published in a scientific journal. Holmes was already scanning the pages, his eyes moving rapidly over the technical diagrams and theoretical equations. "This is extraordinary work, Professor, though I suspect you're right that the Royal Society would reject it as fiction." "Let them. I'm done courting academic approval. Some truths are more important than reputation." Brennan stood, preparing to leave. "There's one more thing. Last night, after I returned home, I found this on my desk." He withdrew a small object from his pocket, a silver pocket watch, tarnished with age. This was Edmund's. He always carried it, saying it had belonged to his father. I'd wondered what happened to it after he disappeared. But there it was, sitting on my desk as if it had been placed there deliberately. The authorities never recovered it from the warehouse. His body was never found. Yet somehow it found its way to me. Watson examined the watch. It was an ordinary timepiece, stopped at 11:47. "You think Voss left it for you?" "I think that in the moment of release, when the mirrors shattered and they were finally freed, Edmund had an opportunity to interact with the physical world one final time. And he chose to return this to me, perhaps as a gesture of gratitude, or perhaps simply to let me know he was at peace." Brennan's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "I choose to believe it was the latter." Holmes reached out and clasped the professor's shoulder briefly, an unusual gesture for him, but one that conveyed what words could not. "Then we should believe that as well. Edmund Voss made a terrible discovery and paid a terrible price. But in the end, he helped us free not just himself, but all the others. That's worth remembering." After Brennan departed, promising to write from Edinburgh, Holmes and Watson sat in silence for a long while. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, creating ordinary shadows that behaved as shadows should, following the normal laws of light and matter. "Do you think we did the right thing?" Watson asked finally. "Destroying the apparatus, shattering the mirrors. We assumed it would free them, but we had no certainty." "We had their consent," Holmes replied. or as close to consent as we could obtain from beings unable to speak. They showed us what they wanted, and we honoured that request. Was it the right thing? He paused, considering. I don't know, Watson, but I know it was a merciful thing. And sometimes that has to be enough. Watson rose and moved to the window, looking down at Baker Street, where life proceeded in its ordinary patterns, vendors calling their wares, hansoms clattering past, pedestrians navigating the afternoon crowds. All of it solid and real and comfortingly mundane. What happens now? He asked. Do we simply return to our normal cases, stolen jewellery and missing persons and blackmail schemes? I suspect those cases will seem rather pedestrian after this, Holmes admitted. But yes, we return to them. We document what happened in our own ways, you with your narrative gift, I with my case notes. We preserve the knowledge without publicizing it, and we accept that the universe is larger and stranger than we previously imagined. You've changed, Watson observed. Before this case, you would have fought any conclusion that didn't fit your rational framework. You would have insisted there must be a logical explanation, even in defiance of direct evidence. I still believe in logic, Watson. I simply understand now that logic operates on a much larger canvas than I'd previously acknowledged. The Hollow Men didn't violate natural law. They revealed aspects of natural law we hadn't discovered yet. The boundary between matter and consciousness, between life and death, between substance and reflection. These aren't supernatural phenomena. They're simply natural phenomena we lack the scientific vocabulary to describe. He stood and moved to his desk, where Voss's logbook still lay. I'm keeping this, not as a trophy, but as a reminder that certainty is dangerous, that the world still holds mysteries, that the most brilliant minds can stumble into territories that they're not prepared for, and that sometimes the most important knowledge is knowing where not to look. Will you destroy it eventually? Perhaps. Or perhaps I'll donate it to some academic institution with instructions that it not be opened for a century. By then, science may have advanced enough to understand Voss's work without repeating his mistakes. Holmes's expression grew distant. Or perhaps the knowledge is too dangerous to preserve at all. I haven't decided. That evening, as the sun set and gas lamps were being lit across London, Watson sat at his desk and began to write. Not the sanitized, adventure-focused narratives he typically produced for public consumption, but a detailed, honest account of what they had witnessed. He wrote of fog and mirrors and beings trapped between states of existence. He wrote of a brilliant scientist whose curiosity led him into territories from which there was no return. He wrote of the terrible loneliness of consciousness without substance and the mercy of final release. He wrote, knowing the account would never be published in his lifetime, but believing it needed to exist nonetheless. For the record, for posterity, for anyone who might encounter similar phenomena in the future. Behind him, Holmes sat in his chair, violin in hand, drawing long, slow notes that seemed to mirror the melancholy beauty of what they had witnessed. The music was unlike his usual compositions, simpler, more contemplative, as if he were working through the experience the only way he knew how. Mrs. Hudson brought their evening meal, and they ate in companionable silence. The room felt different somehow, or perhaps they were different. Seeing it with eyes that had been opened to possibilities they couldn't close again. Every mirror now held depths. Every reflection now suggested questions. Every shadow now whispered of spaces between light and darkness, where things might exist that the living were never meant to see. But they had seen, and having seen, they were changed. As night fell completely and London settled into its evening rhythms, Watson finished his account and set down his pen. He looked across at Holmes, who had set aside his violin, and was staring into the fire with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. "Do you regret it?" Watson asked. "Opening this door? Learning what we learned?" Holmes considered the question for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "Ignorance might have been more comfortable, but knowledge, even terrible knowledge, is always preferable. We helped people in torment find peace. That's worth the cost of having our worldview expanded beyond comfortable boundaries. Even if those boundaries can never be restored. Especially then. Watson, the world is full of people sleepwalking through existence, never questioning the nature of reality, never wondering what lies beyond the thin veneer of the ordinary. We've been given a gift, the knowledge that there's more to existence than we previously imagined. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it challenges everything we thought we knew. But it's also wondrous in its way. The universe is stranger and larger than we dreamed. How could I regret learning that?" Watson smiled slightly. "You're being remarkably philosophical for someone who once told me that the brain is an attic that should only hold useful information. I still believe that. I simply have a larger definition of useful than I did a week ago." Holmes returned the smile. "Besides, I've always believed that once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. I've simply accepted that my catalogue of what's impossible was incomplete." They sat in silence as the fire burned down to embers. Two men who had crossed a threshold and returned, changed, carrying knowledge that would isolate them from those who hadn't made the same journey. But they carried it together, and in that companionship, Watson found comfort. Outside, London continued its endless conversation with itself, millions of lives intersecting and diverging, most unaware that the boundaries between worlds were thinner than they imagined. Most never questioned what might exist in reflections, in the fog, in the spaces where light and shadow kissed. And perhaps that was for the best. Most people didn't need to know about the hollow men, about consciousness trapped in reflective mediums, about the price of curiosity taken too far. Most people could live their entire lives without encountering such mysteries, and they would be happier for it. But for those who did encounter them, for the scientists and the seekers, the curious and the unlucky, there would now be a record. 3 copies of Brennan's research, preserved in 3 different locations, waiting to guide anyone who stumbled into the same strange territory that Voss had mapped at such cost. Watson looked down at his own account, dozens of pages covered in his careful handwriting. Tomorrow he would lock it away in his deposit box at the bank, with instructions that it not be opened until long after his death. Let future generations decide whether the knowledge was valuable, or merely the delusions of men who'd spent too long staring into fog and mirrors. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, pulling him from his reverie. "Thank you." "For what?" "For not abandoning me to my obsessions, for accompanying me into the fog, both literal and metaphorical, for trusting me even when I wasn't certain I trusted myself, for being the ballast that kept me from drifting too far into territories from which I might not have returned." Watson felt his throat tighten with emotion. You would have done the same for me. Perhaps, though I suspect you have better sense than to need it. Holmes stood and moved to the window one final time, looking out at the clear night sky where stars were visible for the first time in a week. The fog has lifted, Watson, in more ways than one. Tomorrow we return to the ordinary world of crime and deduction. But tonight, let's acknowledge what we've learned. That death is not always the end. That consciousness can persist in unexpected ways. That the universe holds mysteries that resist rational explanation. And that sometimes the greatest act of mercy is helping someone finally, truly cease to exist. To the hollow men, Watson said quietly, raising his glass. May they rest in peace at last. To the hollow men, Holmes echoed, and to the spaces between things where they once existed. May those spaces remain empty now, and those who were trapped there find whatever lies beyond. They drank to that, and then, by unspoken agreement, turned all the mirrors in the room to face the walls, not out of fear, but out of respect for boundaries that had been crossed and should not be crossed again. The world of reflections would continue to exist, layers of depth in every pane of glass, every still pool of water, every polished surface. But they would not look too closely, would not seek to see beyond the surface. Some doors, once closed, should remain closed. The fire died to darkness, and they retired to their rooms, two men who had ventured to the threshold between worlds and returned to tell the tale. Though they would tell it to no one, keeping the knowledge close and secret, a burden and a gift they would carry for the rest of their lives. In the streets of Whitechapel, where the Morrison warehouse had stood, only ashes remained. The fire had been thorough, erasing the final evidence of Voss's experiments, leaving only empty space where dangerous knowledge had once resided. And in mirrors across London, in reflections that most people never looked at too closely, the world appeared normal, solid, real, unchanging. But those who knew, those few who had learned to see the layers in reflections, who understood that consciousness could exist in spaces between substance and shadow, they would forever see more than others. They would see the depth in shallow surfaces. They would see the possibility in impossibility. They would see, and seeing, they would remember the hollow men who once walked where light and shadow kissed, seeking release from a prison without bars, finding it at last in the moment when mirrors shattered, and consciousness was finally allowed to move beyond reflection into whatever lay beyond. The adventure of the hollow man was over. The mystery would never be fully solved. And that, perhaps, was exactly as it should be. Some stories end not with answers, but with acceptance. Some truths are meant to be held gently, rather than proclaimed loudly. Some knowledge is meant for the few who encounter it, preserved for those who might need it, but never forced upon the many who are happier not knowing. In the space, between light and darkness, between life and death, between substance and shadow, the hollow men had existed. Now they are no more. And London, eternal and unknowable, kept their secrets as it had kept so many others, wrapped in fog and history and the endless layers of stories that made the city what it was. A place where anything might happen, where mysteries might be encountered and sometimes solved, and where the boundaries between the possible and impossible were thinner than anyone cared to admit. Holmes and Watson slept, their dreams finally peaceful, the case concluded in the only way it could be. And in the darkness, in the silence, in the spaces where no one was watching, the world continued its slow revolution, carrying its secrets forward into time, waiting for the next curious soul to stumble upon them and wonder what lay beyond the veil of ordinary perception. The fog would return eventually. It always did. But for now, the skies were clear, and that was enough. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starlit skies of Cairo, the ocean breeze of Malibu, the peaceful glow of Helsinki, or the warm night air of Buenos Aires? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness of the world surround you. Let your dreams drift softly into the night. Sleep gently, now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.